Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Welcome, and as we gather here today, we acknowledge, on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community, that we're meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and their culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. Council and staff will meet at the Nojamaki Garden at 11 a.m. in recognition of the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Amy Bailey will lead a vigil to honor the survivors and victims of residential schools and support the ongoing journey of truth, healing, and reconciliation. Thank you to Council and staff for acknowledging the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation by wearing orange. A moment of silent recognition. Before you stand, today we pause for a moment of silent reflection to honor the life of John Hildebrand, a former county councilor and longtime mayor of the township of Madawaska Valley. Johnny was a larger-than-life presence whose deep love for family, community, and the county were almost legendary. Service shaped everything he did, whether through his leadership in municipal government, his contributions to local healthcare and heritage, or his role as a business owner and mentor. John's impact on Barry's Bay and the broader valley was profound. He was known for his booming voice, his irrepressible sense of humor, and his unwavering commitment to building a better future for his community. We extend our deepest condolences to his beloved wife, Beth, their children and grandchildren, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. May his legacy of service and spirit of generosity continue to inspire us all. And just, I don't think John would mind me telling this story, but whenever we went on to a conference, after a day of going around in delegations and whatever, before we went out to dinner, his famous line was, "Who's got a jug?" And so you would go either to his room or to Donnie Rathwell's room, and one of them would have a jug, and so you'd sit and have a drink, and then there'd be more stories. But that was one of John's famous lines was, "Who's got the jug?" And so I sort of laugh every time I think of that. So with that, would you please stand for a moment of silent reflection and think of John.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Good morning, Madame Clerk. Could you call a roll, please?
Good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster,
Here.
Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Warden Nemo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills,
Present.
Councillor Hodnott,
Sorry, present.
Councillor Yon,
Present.
Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Here.
Councillor Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Proctor,
I'm here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Present.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Yotiam Jiso.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Weir.
Here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to offer our welcome to Mayor Proctor, who is joining us. And we, of course, we've had the privilege of her being in our chambers before, and she's an exemplary member of council in Horton, and with all of her vast experiences and her personality is a great addition to this chambers. So welcome. We're glad to see you. At the same time, we have to say goodbye to Councillor Bennett, who, through his years of service, enriched many of a discussion. He took part in discussions that were of interest to him and his community, and I think specifically of the official plan amendment and the conversations that were forced with the ministry to change the official plan, and because as we will all remember, Horton was blessed with an abundance of aggregate and farmland, and not much residential land at the time, and so there was some discussion about changing some of those designations so that the less desirable aggregate and the less desirable farmland could become residential lots. And I think, he was very vocal on behalf of his community, as well as his interest in the public works aspect of what we do. He did speak up also a few times on childcare, very concerned about it, admitted he didn't know anything about it, and was very grateful for the contributions of members of this community. So, on behalf of the chambers and our community, thank you to Councillor Bennett as well. And I know in speaking with Councillor Proctor, she and her council wanted me to remark on behalf of the chambers to Councillor Bennett for his service. And next, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none. And if I could have a resolution, please, that the minutes of the County Council meeting of September 4, 2025 be adopted. A mover, please. Member from North Algonah-Wilberforce, second member from McNabb-Braeside. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you. That the minutes of the County Council closed meeting of September 4, 2025 be adopted. A mover, please. A member from Bonshire Valley, second member from Arnprior. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And next, we'll move to the minutes of County Council meeting of September 10 be adopted. Mover, please. Member from Killoughby-Hagley-Richards, second member from Madawaska Valley. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. Why are we here? Our why. Part of our discussions a few weeks ago, we were challenged as to why we were here, what we were doing. And so our why, my recollection of what we discussed collectively, is to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I think that's captured our journey over the last 2.5 years. Since the last County Council meeting on September 10, I've attended 12 meetings on council business, including the Ontario Municipal East Conference. On September 16th, a dedicated team from Public Works, Trails, Community Services, Heart Hub Intake Center, Paramedic Services, OATC, and Pembroke staff came together to assess the waterfront area of the Algonquin Trail from McKay Street east to the City of Pembroke boundary. They identified 7 locations where individuals had likely camped, 5 of which were vacated and 2 occupied by 3 individuals known to our community services staff. The occupants were respectful, tidy, and cooperative, with no hazardous materials found. All expressed a willingness to assist in cleanup efforts, and one former camper had already completed some tasks, and in fact, it was an exceptional job of gathering waste for removal. Staff reconvened to complete some additional remediation of the area, including brushing the sight lines. The spirit of collaboration and care shown is a testament to the values we ask our staff to uphold daily. We ask them to act, we ask them to innovate, we ask them to partner, and we ask them to build community without hesitation or blame. The team exceeded the boundaries of geography and politics, and in doing so, they inspired others. A large thank you to Councillor Donahue, who represented County Council at my request. He joined along to lend a helpful hand. Please share with me my pride and heartfelt thanks for all of those involved. The 5th Recovery Day was held at Renfrew County Youth Wellness Hub at My FM Center on September 19th, which was a powerful celebration of hope, healing, and resilience. This year's event shines a spotlight on youth with a focus on prevention and awareness. Recovery Day honors those we have lost. It supports individuals on their recovery journey and works to break down stigma surrounding addiction and mental health. Renfrew County is proud of the compassionate, community-driven efforts underway to help individuals recover and to thrive. On September 20th, I attended the Global Day of Action in Eganville, where diverse groups from all across the world marched to ask governments to increase their efforts for a healthier world, free from war, with a transition away from fossil fuels and the need for migrant dignity in troubled times, which was named Draw the Line March. 10 years have passed since the triple femicide of Carol Culleton, Anastasia Cusack, and Natalie Warmerdon. 3 women whose lives were taken in an act of intimate partner violence that devastated Renfrew County and reverberated across Ontario. Their deaths led to a coroner's inquest that produced 86 recommendations aimed at addressing systematic failures in how we respond to gender-based violence. While some progress has been made, including widespread recognition of intimate partner violence as an epidemic, much more work remains. As we mark this solemn anniversary, we must recommit to the work ahead, not only with remembrance, but with meaningful change that protects others from the same fate. I hope you join with me in encouraging a better world to pass on to our children. The examples today in our community, and then with regards to the world, and then with regards to intimate partner violence, I think speaks of our broader commitment to educating and leading our community to a better place. And I want to thank you for your vision in establishing those themes and courses of action for our community. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew. Experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. There are no delegations and presentations at this time, and correspondence. There is a letter in your package. And the resolution is that the correspondence be received as information. Can I have a mover, please? Member from Head Clear Mariah, second by a member from Laurentian Valley. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you, Council. Committee reports. We will move to the Health Committee report, please, and the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item 1 is a business case for food service worker hours at Bonisher Manor, resolution number H-CC-25-09-98. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve an additional 1,824 hours per year of part-time food service worker hours for Bonisher Manor effective October 1st, 2025, and the background, Mr. Warden, is attached. Item number 2 is business case for personal support worker hours at Miramichi Lodge. Once again, the resolution is H-CC-25-09-99. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve an additional 3,368 hours per year of part-time personal support worker hours for Miramichi Lodge effective October 1st, 2025. Once again, the background is attached. Item 3 is a business case, once again, for a nurse practitioner community programs paramedic services. Resolution designation H-CC-25-09-100. Moved again by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve a business case to add 1 nurse practitioner in community programs to the County of Renfrew paramedic service, and again, the background is attached. And finally, item 4, Mr. Warden, business case for casual administrative commanders within the paramedic service. Resolution number H-CC-25-09-101. Moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council approve a business case to add casual administrative commanders to the County of Renfrew paramedic service. Once again, background is appended, all of which, Mr. Chair, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee members.
Thank you, Chair. Members of committee or members of council, questions, comments, concerns, item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 4, the report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair. You've heard the motion. You've heard the report. And I see no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you very much, Council. And Community Services, Chair, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1, Homelessness Prevention Program Investment Plan for 2025-26. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing confirmed a 2025-26 investment of $3,569,200 under the Homelessness Prevention Program, consistent with the allocation provided for the previous fiscal year. However, ongoing pressures, including increasing rates of homelessness, escalating rental costs, a critical shortage of affordable housing, and social assistance rates that have remained unchanged since 2018, continue to place significant demands on this limited budget. The attached recommendations for the 2025-26 fiscal year reflect a review of expenditures during the first 5 months and propose a strategic reduction in the number of programs supported. This approach aims to concentrate available resources on the areas of greatest need, while acknowledging that the current funding is insufficient to meet the full scope of local demand. So at the Community Services Committee, provided staff with the following direction. Resolution number CS-C-25-09-53, that the Community Services Committee approve the attached Homelessness Prevention Program Investment Plan for 2025-26 to be submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Item number 2, Service Agreement Template for Nonprofit Housing Providers. At the time of the provincial devolution of social housing responsibilities in 2001, all 5 nonprofit housing providers operating within the County of Renfrew were transferred to the county with existing operating agreements. At this time, there have been no communications from any of the nonprofit housing providers indicating an intention to alter their current role in the delivery of nonprofit housing. The Community Services Committee had no concerns with the attached service agreement and approved the following recommendation. Resolution number CS-C-25-09-54, that the Community Services Committee approve the attached new service agreement template for nonprofit housing providers, and that staff be directed to work with the nonprofit housing providers as their existing operating agreements expired to enter into new service agreements with the County of Renfrew. And item number 3 is a service agreement template for CWELC infrastructure funding. Following a recent recalibration exercise by the Ministry of Education, the County of Renfrew was allocated 261 new CWELC spaces, and these spaces have been awarded to licensees through a formal application process. And to support the creation of the new CWELC spaces, the ministry has established infrastructure funding, which includes CWELC startup grants and the Canada-Ontario Early Learning and Child Care Infrastructure Fund. The County of Renfrew has been provided with an ELCC infrastructure fund allocation of $1.5 million. As the service system manager, we are required to establish service agreements to administer this funding, which will provide the framework for allocating provincial funds to childcare operators for approved projects, ensuring accountability, transparency, and compliance with the provincial directives. The template has been developed for use when projects are approved, enabling alignment of infrastructure investments with the directed growth plan. And in this approach supports the creation of new licensed spaces in areas of greatest need and ensures long-term system sustainability. Resolution number CSC-25-09-55 was approved that the Community Services Committee approve the attached new Canada-wide and childcare infrastructure funding service agreement template, and that staff be directed to allocate $1.5 million from the Provincial Infrastructure Fund to licensed childcare centres, ensuring that the infrastructure investments align with the priorities outlined in the County of Renfrew's directed growth plan. All of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, comments, questions, concerns on item number 1? I should note, thank you to staff. It's a difficult position to be placed in where we've had to make some adjustments to service, and I think the report speaks about careful thought, and I appreciate that. And again, I think if I could suggest to council, this would likely be one of our advocacy issues when we go to Roma. The need is in our community. We're doing the best we can with limited dollars, with a mandate that's not within the traditional confines of the Municipal Act. As a municipal service, it is a municipal service now because of government fiat, but I think it's important for us to remind them that they owe us and our community more investment. Item number 2 and item number 3. Report as a whole. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report. You've heard my unbiased comments. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None. It's carried. Thank you very much. And corporate services, please.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend just one item under resolutions number FACC 25-09-65, moved by the Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve the following 2026 budget guidelines: increase the capital levy contributions by $3 million over the 2025 budget, all revenue associated with weighted CVA growth for the 2026 year be contributed to the growth reserve, and finally, departmental net operating budget increase by no more than 3% over the 2025 budget, and the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and the committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. You've heard the report. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, mover, please.
So moved.
Thank you. You've heard the report. All those in favor? Opposed? None is carried. Thank you, Council. Consent items? Seeing none. Staff reports requiring direction? Seeing none. There's no closed session. We don't have to rise. We have nothing to report. There are no reports on the agenda from representatives appointed to external boards. Notice of motions. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I see a hand? Buncher Valley.
I was just going to say, Warden, that now that Roma and Ewan are putting out so much information, either Ewan on their own or through the EOWC that's already in our packages, I think what I'll do with both of these is just bring forward items that specifically refer to the County of Renfrew, if that's okay, or if we get back to our cross-province discussion, which we've kind of taken off the table, I'm hoping it'll get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. That certainly makes sense. That if you could flag issues where we either collectively as this chambers or in our individual chambers need to respond, especially policy things, that'd be perfect. Thank you, because some of us may miss them and you know, with the information that's coming into us at such a rapid rate. So I appreciate that. Notice of motions. Seeing none. Members' written motions. Seeing none from Whitewater. Announcements. Under announcements, I am pleased to share that preparations are well underway for Renfrew County Municipal Day, which is taking place this afternoon. Please hang around as long as you can. You are the County of Renfrew. This event brings together staff, community partners, and outside agencies for a day of collaboration, celebration, and connection. With interactive displays, a mini taste of the valley featuring local vendors and food trucks and family-friendly activities, including treats for the children. It promises to be a vibrant showcase of the incredible work happening across our departments and communities. I want to thank everyone involved in organizing and participating, and I look forward to seeing many of you here today. Thank you. And member from Hamilton Bromley?
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I wanted to bring forward someone who has probably touched more lives than any of us in this room, a resident of Admaston Bromley that would go on to become Molly Penny, the clown, at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario for 20 years, where there was anxiety and concern and fear and sadness. She brought warmth and joy for over 20 years, Molly Penny. And Molly, her light has now dimmed, and she is no longer. Ruth had an irrepressible warmth and joy. You could not escape it. It was infectious. And I just wanted to note that probably everyone in this room has a family member or someone they're aware of who availed themselves of the incredible services that we have, that we're afforded here with the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. And Molly Penny, also known as Ruth Cull, provided a great deal of comfort to all of those families who were going through some very difficult times. So I wanted to celebrate her and make known in this chamber of her passing after a long and dedicated career.
Thank you. What a perfect example of the talent we have in our community and the commitment and the effort people make without looking for acclaim or a special day. And we're so fortunate that we find out who they are and to be able to celebrate that. Thank you very much for that. And thank you to her and her family. Member from Buncher Valley, please.
And there's a beautiful tribute to Molly Penny in the Eganville Leader today, so everybody can read all the amazing things that she's done over the years, but I couldn't have said it better than Mayor Donahue.
Thank you. We'll move to new business. Is there any new business? Okay, seeing none, we move that the following bylaw listed receive third and final reading. Could I have a mover, please? Mover from member from Petawawa, seconded by member from Brudenell, Lindach, and Raglan. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. I keep hooking my sleeve over top of this chair arm, and it's going to rip at some point. Resolution to bylaw 118-25 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on September 24, 2025, be now numbered, deemed read 3 times and passed. Mover, please. Member from Greater Madawaska, seconded by the member from Horton. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you. And resolution that the county council adjourn at 10:01. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Laurentian Hills, seconded by the member from Arnprior. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? It's carried. Thank you very much. So we will resume at 10:15, and we will lead off with which committee, Madam Clerk? Operations. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Operations Committee for Wednesday, September 24th. I'll call the meeting to order and acknowledge Councillor Weir online. Has roll call been taken?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you, Evelyn. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, the adoption of the minutes. Recommendation is that the minutes of the August 27th, 2025 meeting be approved. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Killu, Haggerty, and Richards, seconded by the member from North Algona, Wilberforce. Comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. We have no delegations or presentations listed. We have 2 items of communications, and the recommendation that the communications be received as information. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by the member from Bonisher Valley, seconded by the member from Head Clare Mariah. Questions, comments on either item? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that is carried. We'll move on to consent reports and the operations consent report. Okay. So item number 1, capital variance report. You will see attached a couple pages later. Item number 2, the intersection safety, County Road 8, Cobden Road, Cobden. Item 3, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, Norman Street intersection improvements. Item 4, summer operations, and items A through F. Operations divisional quotes that have been awarded under the by the Director of Public Works under the delegated authority. 1, 2, 3 items on the first one, and 4 items total. Questions or comments? Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On the variance report, County Road 64, what's the status of that? I think that it's substantially under budget. I'm wondering what the status of that project is.
I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Donahue. That project is complete.
Supplementary? No.
Sorry, it's not on that item, and it is much later, so I'll wait until you work your way back through the numbers.
Okay. Anything else on item 5, A, B, C, or D? Item number 6, information around fleet management. Item number 7, municipal cooperation. With one of our lower tiers. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
I do apologize, Mr. Chair. It is item 5 on the Operation Division quotations and tenders. Probably either, well, I will leave it open to your discretion. So both of the A and B, are those under threshold because they are not individually cited within the capital budget? So I'm presuming they were under threshold items?
I'm going to pass that on to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, with these items here, in operations, we budget to one number. So, like, we do identify these projects, but we don't have an actual budget number. We do all our projects down to it's an operations budget, so it's not an actual. But what we estimated, this was within the estimate. Actually, this was quite substantially lower than the estimate for the Whitewater Patrol, anyways.
So operations budget as opposed to capital?
Yes.
Okay. Supplementary.
Thank you. Just so for clarity, it is, so these are budgeted within operations, but they are capital items. So presumably they're under threshold, i.e. if you have to replace overhead doors, I'm assuming that that is not distinguishable from the lifts that we might utilize in long-term care. So are they under threshold? Is that how they are then not part of the, 3-page capital budget?
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yes, that's exactly right. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything further on 5? We're 6 or 7. Member from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize. I may have blacked out for a second. I'm not sure when we passed number 3. Could I ask a question on number 3? Okay. Just wanted to say thanks to the county operations staff for working with the town of Petawawa on the joint project, we'll call it. We are experiencing some encroachment issues, and we may not see even our portion of that project begin in 2025. Just wanted to let you know. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you for that. And this is to necessitate potential future development, I believe. So, okay. That's the end of the consent, is it? Right. So I didn't get a mover, did I? No. So the recommendation is that the consent reports be received as information. Can I get a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Abbotston Bromley, seconded by the member from North Algoma Wilberforce. Anything further? Seeing nothing. All those in favor? And that is carried. Now we'll move on to item 8, discussion reports, and the Public Works and Engineering discussion report. Where did I lose that to?
Thank you, Chair. We have one item this month in resolutions for budget increase and contract awards for Campbell Drive Culvert, County Structure C-134. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that the award of the below contracts be approved in support of the rehabilitation of County Structure C-134, Campbell Drive Culvert as follows. So PWC 2025-28 was the manufacture, supply, and delivery of mechanically stabilized earth, or MSE, wall as a change order to the existing contract for the same materials at Robertson Line Twin Pipes, County Structure C-136, to McCaffrey Canada Limited of Cambridge, Ontario, in the amount of $58,504.76 plus applicable taxes. Also, PWC 2025-47, which is the aggregate supply and/or supply and delivery to Miller Aggregates Limited of McNabb Braeside, Ontario, at an upset contract limit cost of $82,212.50 plus applicable taxes. PWC 2025-48, which is hot mix asphalt supply and placement to McRae Excavating Limited of Pembroke, Ontario, in the amount of $22,400 plus applicable taxes. And then finally, PWC 2025-53, which is the supply, delivery, and installation of steel beam guardrail and end treatments to Peninsula Construction Incorporated of Font Hill, Ontario, in the amount of $86,020 plus applicable taxes.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder for the recommendation? Moved by the member from Armpire, seconded by the member from Laurentian Valley. And some background, please.
I'm gonna let Mr. Hanrath. This is a lot of engineering technical speak here, but he's going to give us the red brick version.
Sure, Mr. Hanrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So this project was initially budgeted for $60,000 to install gabion baskets along the side as slope stabilization. This was in an effort to stabilize the slope after the rehab that happened last year. It was planned as part of the rehab, but couldn't move ahead last year as part of the project that occurred. So on the screen in front of you, the bottom diagram shows the original design, which is a 2-high gabion basket on either side of the road with some backfill. The issue with this design was, as the road drainage flows into the gabion baskets in behind them, there's the risk that fines begin to erode behind and you end up with slippage over time. Now, as I say over time, we're talking 10 and 20 years going forward as these gabion baskets begin to slip out. So the top diagram is what's being proposed. It's a mechanically stabilized earth wall. So it has tiebacks going into the roadway. And as you can see, the tiebacks go most of the way through. Our plan, as the day labor goes through, is to have them tie together so that there's no risk of slippage going forward. So we're looking at a 25 to 50-year fix to surpass the life of the rehabbed structure as well. This will also allow for widening of the platform to install better steel beam guide rail and would require paving of the road. So overall, it's a much longer term fix for this structure that aligns with the rehab that occurred last year as well.
Thank you for that. And you'll know, if you refer back to the capital variance report and the bottom line, this number is included in that. So we still come out on the positive side of our budget. Comments or questions? Member from Admiston Bromley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your final comment, when I'm looking at the chart, again, I apologize, this is the PDF, it's page 26. It's the last page of the report. It's showing an over variance of just under $250,000. So I'm just, and really it's not particular to this project. I'm in favor of this project. It sounds kind of like the new structure will outlast two of the road rehabilitations themselves. But I am kind of curious, what is the status of the capital program for 2025? Because our cushion is getting pretty small now.
Sure. For detail, I'll go to Mr. Henrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Councillor from Admiston Bromley. So we are still projecting a savings even with this overage incorporated into the overall capital plan. It's getting smaller. I believe it's in the range of 30,000. I'm just waiting for the attachment to open for me here, but still under budget overall in the 2025 capital plan.
Yeah, 32,000, I believe.
If I might, as a follow-up, yeah, certainly that's in the report, but I'm wondering, are there substantial tenders outstanding that we might potentially be asked to give consideration to utilizing the 30 or perhaps more? That's where I'm getting at. Of the total capital program, 32,000 now is a rounding error almost. So there's not much room should we encounter any more issues. So I'm wondering on the status of the program itself. Okay. Is it by and large completed?
I don't believe there's any major ones, but Mr. Henrath.
Correct, Chair. At this stage, all of the major projects have been tendered. Any overages would be as a result of change orders on current projects. However, there's some balancing that would happen with those as well.
Member from Horton.
Good morning, and thank you through you, Chair. Question, maybe a different question for you, is Campbell Drive is a major throughway for many of us in that area and many residents. Any idea of the additional time that it might take or the impact to the feasibility of using that road? I know last year's culvert change was quite a upheaval for a number of months.
Yeah, that culvert is one of the deepest we have in the county, so it was a challenge. I don't know what the traffic impact will be. I'll go to Mr. Henrath.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Proctor. Unfortunately, this project would require closure of Campbell Drive at this location. However, it'd be for approximately a week, 2 weeks, not nearly as substantial as the project last year.
Okay. Anything further on this item? Seeing none. All those in favor? And that is carried. And that's our last item. So I would entertain a motion, the recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. The mover, please. Moved by a member from Laurentian Valley, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. We have no deferred reports, no verbal, or any verbal reports. We have no closed session. New business, I'll turn over to Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was lucky enough to attend the County of Renfrew truck rodeo. So it's an equipment rodeo for our drivers. So it's all our member municipalities try to participate. So I'm very, very proud to say that that Bryce Jenrick won this year, and he's pictured there with Chris Mantha and Jerry Haley, sorry. Yeah, so he gets to represent us now today. Actually, it's the provincials, and also so you know that you're still in good company. The Laurentian Valley gentleman Cole Hawkins came in second, so he's also there representing us as well. So yeah, a great day of seeing some very talented people operate some snow equipment. It was very well done. It's done by the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors. We had gentlemen from Ottawa and ladies from Ottawa that also participated because they missed out on their opportunity, so they came to ours. So very nice. One of the operators from Ottawa came in third, but obviously not as well as our Renfrew County staff. So it was really nice it was a great day. So thanks and congratulations to Bryce. And Bryce is out of our Southwest Patrol. So for BLR and the section of KHR, so you know you're getting looked after properly.
Well done. Thank you for that. Anything else under new business or other business? Seeing none, I will entertain. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I want to go back to under correspondence. I kind of went pretty darn quick here, so it sort of went past me here. This correspondence on this County Road 62 of this park, recreation park and stuff like that, and I don't know what county is, how much involvement you have, but that area is in disgrace, absolutely, just like the letter states and sort of thing. And I know the MTO is ownership and also county. So what is I guess the steps that the county can do here to I guess address this situation? So I don't know who wants to talk about it. I know Mr. Kelly's name's on this. And of course, my CEO, Ms. Klatt. So, does somebody want to speak on this, please?
I could. So the county doesn't maintain any roadside parks. It's not something. It's something that we had in the past, but the practice was discontinued many years ago. But I can punt this to any member of staff you want, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CAO. Currently, the County of Renfrew has no budget for roadside parks. They actually belong to the MNRF or the MTO. So in this situation here, we brought this as correspondence to committee, just to make them aware that when we do write back to this gentleman, that we will be telling him that the County of Renfrew has no budget for this. If you would like us to take over roadside parks again, it's something that we could bring back as a budgetary item perhaps, but right now we do not maintain this. MNRF does pick up the garbage. That's one of the services that they provide. Also, they provide, if you're there longer than 21 days, rough camping, they move you. So, but yeah, they're not in our portfolio anymore. They were, as the chair pointed out, but not anymore.
Warden Emo.
Thank you. What I can point out is a bit of a history lesson. This occurred initially in about 2008, when the county decided to get out of the maintain the parks. And at that point, I was mayor of Greater Madawaska, and we worked out an arrangement with the county where they turned over the it's not even the lease, but kind of the responsibility, because as the director noted, the province still owns the property. So I speak specifically of Cherry Point, and the member from Greater Madawaska will remember that. It's on Highway 508, and so it was turned over to our municipality at the time to maintain it. Now, they did make substantial investment when they changed the washroom facilities. They put new tanks in and then put a new building over top of it prior to turning it over to the county, and then the county turned it over. So legal status of that park is there is a very nebulously drawn memo of understanding that may have got lost in 20 years, but it flowed through the county to the local municipality. And I think that model, was suggested to others, but they didn't follow through with it.
Nice to have some history. Anything further on that? So it sounds like there may be an opportunity for the lower tier municipality to look into it, unless something comes up through our process. So. Okay, seeing nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Recommendation that the session adjourn and the next regular session be held on Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. Mover, please. Mover, Havinston Bromley, seconded by the member from Greater Madawaska. There, you're in the minutes. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. Thank you very much. And I'm assuming we're going to take a 10-minute break before development property? Okay, so we'll return at whatever. 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our viewers who are attending virtually. We did have a longer than usual break, but part of it because of our special celebration for our Indigenous ceremony out on the lawn. So I'd like to call this meeting of Development and Property to order at 12:45 p.m. on September 24th, 2025. Has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and we have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, then I will need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of August 27th, 2025. Moved by Boncher Valley, seconded by Laurentian Valley. Sorry, Laurentian Hills. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried, thank you. And I will also need a recommendation to approve the closed minutes of August 27th, 2025. Moved by Killaloo Haggerty Richards, second by Head Claire and Mariah. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried as well. Thank you. We have no delegations. Communications, we have just the year-on cell gap project monthly update and the Renfrew County real estate statistics. And then we have from the municipality of St. Charles, a resolution regarding the natural gas expansion project cancellation resolution. Any comments on any of those items? Seeing none, I'll need a recommendation then that the communications be received as information. Moved by Armprior, seconded by Laurentian Valley. All in favor? And that's carried, thank you. Moving to consent reports. 1 second. So item number 1 is the agricultural tour. Any comments? Yes, Councillor from Armprior.
Thank you, Chair. Just to give a shout out to our staff, Scott, who led the charge on this tour. For those who are not farmers, there's more than one cow, which I didn't realize, and the bee industry is well worth it. It was an excellent tour for the people that were on it, and just to commend their time and energy putting that together. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yes, I understand. Oh, sorry, Councillor from Edmundston Brumley.
Thank you very much, and I certainly echo the comments with respect to our economic development staff that worked hand in hand, but I want to give a shout out also to the Renfrew County Federation of Agriculture that I think was fairly integral. I was advised, I think one of the tour guides is actually a councillor in Edmundston Brumley, and I believe that the local federation, the Renfrew County Federation, has kind of been ruminating on this type of thing for quite some time. So that the kernel of the development of this tour came from the Federation, so I wanted to give them a shout out as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And unfortunately, I missed that tour, but anybody I spoke to thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, Councillor from Boncher Valley.
Sorry, I'm getting yeah, go ahead, speak up. It was an awesome tour. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and everybody saw I got to feed the baby calf. So that was just an extra fun thing that I got to do that day, but it was a brilliant tour. I'd been into Ray Bonenberg's Sugar Bush, but I had never been given the tour, and it is quite the operation.
So maybe we'll turn you into a farmer yet.
Stranger things have happened.
Moving on then, item number 2 is the Economic Development Summit, and it's just a reminder to save the date, which will be happening on November 25th, 2025, and it's under the theme Rooted in Resilience. So just put that in your calendar.
Item number 3 is the Taste of the Valley. Any comments? Mayor Weir.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just want to thank all the staff and everybody that organized the Taste of the Valley. We had it in Calabogie on the weekend, and it was extremely well turned out. I'd like to say we had over 3,000 people. I'd like to say that. We didn't, but I'd like to say it. I think there was probably around between 800 to 1,000. But anyways, it was well turned out, and the staff did a great job once again. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Item number 4 then is the Canadian Nuclear Laboratory Suppliers Banquet and Industry Day. Comments? Yes, Warden.
Unfortunately, I couldn't make the actual day, but I was at the banquet the night before with Councillor Giardini, Councillor Service, and Councillor Glenn. Councillor Doncaster was there as well. I introduced him as Glenn and Glenn. So it was quite informative, and actually got 3 business cards of people who I've been communicating with who have some ideas and stuff. So I hadn't been to one in years, and the first one I think I went to was about 10 years ago, and there's only maybe 30 people or 40 people. So I was very impressed with the size of it and the number of people that were there representing different segments of what I'll call the industry or the sector, from marketing through supply chain through innovation. So it was a very good evening. I would encourage council, when you have the opportunity, to go again next year. They do a good job of seating you at tables, and we sat with the ECDEV person from Pontiac, the member or the person from Canadian Forces base garrison Petawawa. Sorry, I got a little sidetracked. Not sure what. The voice in my head got really loud, and I thought everybody else could hear. Forgive me. But anyway, it's a great evening. Thank you and David, of course, is a very knowledgeable host, and quite willing to introduce you to everybody in the building one at a time if you give him the amount of time. So it was a great evening. People should go.
Thank you for that review. Oh, Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you. And I was just curious, I know that CNL's got a huge industry that supports their businesses. Do we have the same kind of event or industry connection with the base? Does the CFB Petawawa host anything similar so we can get a good appreciation for their chain of industry?
Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. So Garrison Petawawa does have a Family Day event, and then we can also, working with our staff here, talk to the Garrison to see if we can do probably build this out to have a day at the Garrison if they wish to do that with us. So we can look into that. Yeah, sorry, and yes, before the Mayor Service talks, they do have the Chamber of Commerce Gala event too, which they're part of.
Yes, Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. The Garrison revived the collaborative spirit exercise that they put on this week. So yesterday was, I'm not sure what they call it, local area folks, but I know, I think tomorrow, I believe, is Industry Day for the collaborative spirit. So they do put on a day where they invite members of the defense industry to come and participate in the collaborative spirit activities. I'm not sure how much, they would have something like they had at Germania Club where they all get to gather afterwards. I'm not sure.
Thank you. That would be good information even to forward to our ECDEV people, and they can certainly post it on the county website as well. Yes, Councillor from Whitewater.
Thank you. The reason I asked for this is I know that a lot of money at the federal level is being invested in defense and in provincially, federally in nuclear. And these companies that support these organizations are looking for ways to increase make their supply chain more connected to these sites in our county. Therefore, they may be looking for footprints here in our county. So I think these are great opportunities for us from a county perspective and economic development to seize opportunities and make connections to see if we can attract new businesses or expanding businesses.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing none, then did you have your hand up? Item number 5 is the Helping Your Place Excel, the HYPE program. Any comments? I see where Petawawa captured a lot of the categories. Item number 6 is the Ottawa Valley Tourism Conference, and that will be held on November the 3rd, 2025 at the Ottawa River Barn in Foresters Falls, and the programming and registration will be announced in October. And finally, item number 7 is the travel trade, and there was a good presentation there on and a follow-up report on that initiative. Anything you wanted to add to that, Jason?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So on this item number 7, this is one of the larger companies in Germany to do this. And so what we're looking for this familiarization tour from them and with them to look at all the different aspects of Renfrew County and beyond Eastern Ontario, it really highlights what the possibilities for people to come from Germany to Canada and the USA. So it's a great news story.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, then I have a recommendation that the consent reports be received. Oh. Where did number 8 come? Oh, okay, sorry, yeah, I missed, there was a big gap in my page. Item number 8 then is the tourism data. Questions? Seeing none, item number 9 is the Starter Company Plus. Great to see the applications coming in. And item number 10 is the Bridges to Business Growth, linking passion, purpose, and profit. Again, a series of workshops addressing some of the different topics: lean marketing playbook, homesteading, profit first thinking, and the power of community. Questions? I see none. Sure. Director Davis.
Yeah, thank you. Just to highlight the very last paragraph on item number 10, just to highlight the partnership we have with CFDC and also the local municipalities of Whitewater Region, McNabb Braeside, Madawaska Valley, Laurentian Valley, Town of Petawawa, and the City of Pembroke to help put these events on. So a good recognition to these organizations to support us.
Thank you for identifying that. Item number 11 is the Ontario Land Tribunal Appeal Update. Item 12 is the development concepts for Miramichi Lodge. Questions? Director Davis, go ahead.
And sorry, and I just want to make sure, another good news story by staff, as we look at different sites throughout Renfrew County, sites that County of Renfrew owns, like the Bonnechere Manor, like the 450 O'Brien, we're engaging consultants to get these sites site ready, working with the city in this situation, like what we did in the town of Renfrew, to make sure these sites are ready to go if we have funds from the province or the feds for any housing development and any other development. So it's a good news story in the sense that we're moving forward, doing the review, getting everything ready to get those steps already done.
Thank you, and with that in mind, hopefully the money finds its way here as well. Item number 13 is the real estate contract extension for snow plowing services at Renfrew County Place and the OPP detachment. Questions or comments? Seeing none, then at this point, I have a recommendation that the consent reports be received as information. Moved by Killu Haggerty Richards, seconded by Horton. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We will now move to discussion reports and resolution, helping your place excel, the reserve account, and Director Davis, please.
Thanks again, Chair. So on page 29, if you're following with your PDF documents, page 29, the resolution recommendation is that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council establish a HYPE reserve account to support its regional incentive program, Helping Your Place Excel, or HYPE, and that the funds budgeted for the 2025 HYPE program be transferred to the HYPE reserve, and that all HYPE expenses be paid from the HYPE reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Whitewater, seconded by Head Claire and Mariah. Background, please.
Yeah, thank you. As background, and working with our treasurer, looking to move this file along. So some of these HYPE and CIP programs may bleed over to 2 calendar years. This will help alleviate that, so we have the funds available if it bleeds over to another calendar year. And also that when we top up the HYPE program, if it's still $100,000 like we have this year, at least we'll have the remaining funds of the current year into the new fiscal year when we move forward.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor from Admiston Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you probably to Mr. Davis. So as I understood, there was no levy for the HYPE program for the initial year, which we are in now, that it was going to be drawn from reserves. And I believe I have it open now. I think that these were coming out of the Safe Restart reserve, at least when I have the schedule of reserves open. The 100K appears under ECDEV. I'm assuming that that's what the HYPE program is. So ultimately, I'm anticipating, or let me back up a little bit. So when we did that, it was with the anticipation. We were uncertain how long it would take to get it developed, et cetera. So we did not levy for it. I'm presuming that now that the HYPE has stood up, we are in all likelihood going to be levying for it as a standing program and a continuing program moving forward. So my only, and I would have no reservations about this allocation into that reserve, but it's sitting in a reserve and we're talking about putting it into a different reserve. I would probably be more inclined to fund it from the levy, the 100,000 next year, and treat it almost like the provision for unallocated, wherein in this instance it would be allocated, the 100,000, but if there was something left, then it did accumulate within that. Here, though, I'm uncertain. It's in a reserve account now. Any monies that are unspent, would we not still have that reserve account to tap into in the future years as it exists now?
Mr. Burke.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So the councillor will recall I also tried to turn the provision for unallocated funds into a strategic priorities reserve to achieve the same result. You are correct, is that turning one reserve into another reserve doesn't really achieve a whole lot, but it does help us track it, especially in this case where the approval for a project typically would happen in 1 year for an amount and then possibly not settle until the following year for a different amount. So we really need a way to differentiate what we've already committed ourselves to versus what we've spent, and then what do we want to have available for local municipalities to apply for in the following year. So staff thought that the easiest way would be, and possibly the cleanest way, was just to start a new reserve, even if it involves transferring money from one reserve, the Safe Restart Reserve, into a new one, the HYPE Reserve.
Supplementary.
Thank you. So to be clear, Senator, there was no consideration given to have it as a second charge against surplus?
Mr. Burke.
I will withdraw.
Councillor from BV.
Thank you, Chair, and that's how we do it in Bonnechere Valley. We have a reserve and it's sort of a rolling balance into the following year because we've had years where it's been oversubscribed and we've had to let people down, and some years undersubscribed. It just depends on the year.
Thank you. Any further, did you have another comment, Mr. Rumley?
No.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
I think you missed opposed, if any?
Opposed, if any. Noted. And then I have a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Town of Arnprior, seconded by Township of McNabb Braeside. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports. We have no verbal reports. And we do have a closed session, so I have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reason: a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. It's an update on paramedic bases. And we would be moving into closed at 1:06 p.m. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Town of Petawawa, seconded by Township of McNabb Braeside. All in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. Welcome back, everybody, and to our viewing audience. I will turn to Director Davis for the recommendation that is a matter arising from closed.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. The recommendation that the Development and Property Committee direct staff to initiate a request for proposal, RFP, for professional services to design and build a new paramedic base, and that staff be directed to explore and assess alternative suitable locations within the general vicinity of the County Administration Building in Pembroke for the development of a new base.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by the councillor from Head Clare and Mariah, seconded by councillor from Laurentian Valley. Any background, Mr. Davis, or are we good to? Okay. Comments from council? Seeing none. Oh, sorry, Warden.
Again, I think this is a prime example of the organization moving forward, looking after the care and the health of our community. That necessitates spending money, but we always do it with a great deal of innovation and meeting the needs of the community, but also building a little bit of capacity for future needs. So again, it's not a glamorous thing to do to build a building, but it's a very necessary component of our healthcare system, which we operate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So, under new business, I just have an announcement that the Warden's Community Service Awards is looking or calling for nominations. If you know or recognize someone who's making a real difference in your community, it could be an outstanding individual, a dedicated not-for-profit organization, or a business that goes above and beyond. Now's the time to start thinking about nominating them for the Warden's Community Service Awards. Nominations will open early in October, and awards will be presented at County Council on November the 26th. And these awards celebrate those who selflessly contribute to the well-being of others and the greater good of our communities. The categories include nomination for an individual, for a not-for-profit organization, and a for-profit business. So just a reminder to stay tuned for more details on the website and social media channels. Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Chair. If you'll indulge me, in keeping with the theme of the ceremony and flag raising that we did in recognition of the upcoming National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, while the invasion or the colonization of Renfrew County happened over time, probably beginning with the fur trade and then into the logging industry, that was different in the town of Deep River. In Deep River, on one day in 1944, the Government of Canada came to that part of Renfrew County and made a decision to expropriate that land. And that was it. And there were, that we know of, about 12 Algonquin families that lived in Deep River proper at that time. Were just told to leave. Weren't relocated, just told to leave. So what started in 2023, Stephanie Adams, whose father and grandparents were one of those families, and the house that they lived in is now surrounded by the town of Deep River. It is there. Stephanie is a professor at George Brown College, and she's embarked on a research program, and it's titled The Silent Community. At Deep River Council tonight, Stephanie's going to be doing a presentation on her progress through this project that she's working on. So she'll be presenting that tonight. Prior to the establishment of Deep River in 1944, as I mentioned, there was an Algonquin community along the shores of the Ottawa River. And that all ended in 1944. So what's being created and recreated is actually a virtual 3D representation of what that was like before the town of Deep River was created. And we've seen glimpses of this. The 3D version isn't going yet, but part of the architecture technology program at George Brown College. So I wanted to mention that if you have some spare time, this will be on the Town of Deep River's YouTube channel at the beginning of council meeting at 6 o'clock tonight. And it's really, really interesting, the information that she's gathering. And as I mentioned, this is the only house left that is situated it's on the Yacht and Tennis Club property. And certainly there's no formal protection for that house, for that building, but certainly we do protect it, and we're going to protect it for sure. So anyway, if you have some time, join Deep River Council at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. Quite interesting. Any other new business before we turn the floor over to Councillor from Whitewater? I'm seeing none, so the next item then is the notice of motion, and Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. Do you want me to read this recommendation so I can get a seconder?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good. That recommended that the Development and Property Committee direct staff to research the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, FCM's, Growing Canada's Community Canopies program and provide recommendations on how the fund might be more fully accessed within the county of Renfrew, either by individual municipalities or through a collaborative regional effort.
You've heard the recommendation. Are you moving that?
Yes.
So do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor from Deep River. And do you have any more background you'd like to provide?
There's some pretty detailed background there, and of course more on the FCM website. The only thing I wanted to reemphasize, we heard much of this when the school board did the presentation to council just a month ago. The terms and conditions of this grant make it very difficult for small urban and rural municipalities to apply. The lack of available funds and the technical staff that are needed make it difficult to consider the grant. So we've seen the coordinated effort by our public school board. They are doing it by working with us as municipalities, a separate not-for-profit, and FCM to take advantage of the program. But it still remains out of reach for small urban and rural municipalities. My initial discussions with staff was that there might be some other alternatives that could be investigated, and therefore I wanted to bring it to County Council to see if they would agree to ask staff to look into it more and provide some recommendations.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor from Deep River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as part of the Green Municipal Fund, the GCCC, I think is what it is touted as available to all municipalities, large and small. However, one of the roadblocks is there's a minimum threshold, the maximum threshold of $10 million, which would be great if we could get that, but the minimum $50,000. In Deep River, our forest management plan, we spend ourselves, and then on top of that, CNL has partnered with us to do some tree planting, and also we're studying a downtown revitalization right now that would include some trees and stuff like that. But we'll never get to the $50,000 minimum that you need to access this program. There's a whole team at FCM that works in this program. Very helpful, lots of resources available to staff, and municipalities can partner up So we could coordinate something between the county and a few municipalities or all the local lower tiers, and that could be done. So I think there's lots of opportunity there, and I've been banging my head trying to figure out how to access some of this funding. All we need to do is come together, and then my 10K and your 10K, and we can get to 50K real easy and access the funding. So, and there's $290 million, I think, in this program. Like, they want to give some money out. So.
And I guess one question I had, do we know how much has already been handed out in grants? No. Any other, Councillor from Boncher Valley?
Thank you, Chair. I just think, to Councillor Doncaster's point, if the threshold is 50,000, they've excluded many, 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 many small and urban and rural municipalities. And you know, as Renfrew County, we're always stronger together.
Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think it's a great idea, and I agree with Councillor Doncaster and Councillor from Whitewater. I think what we need for something like this, a project like this, is a coordinating body. And if that has to be the county, to put something together to send out to all the municipalities and say, here's what we're thinking of doing. Would you like to participate? Submit your proposals. We'll put them all together and put in one massive grant proposal.
Any other comments? So I'll turn it back to Mr. Davis because we're putting more work on his plate.
Possible more work. So thank you very much, and a great discussion. So when this fund was announced a number of months ago, staff did look into this at the county level. Keep in mind it's 50% funded, so we will still, if we move forward with any initiative, whether it's $50,000 or millions of dollars for this canopy program, we'll still need additional funding, tax levy funding, to make this happen. It's the idea, the concept is very progressive, very good for the green canopy. However, the implications at the tax level and at the staffing level is relatively large. We'd be looking at, if we're doing a regional approach, additional staff, maybe vehicles, looking after once the planting is done, the audits and the ongoing information of this. But by all means, if this does get passed, staff will investigate this further. Our county forester, Lacey Rose, is well versed in this program. So what we'll probably do if this does get passed, Lacey Rose will come back as a county forester to see the pros and cons of this program.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councillor from Boncher Valley.
But once again, if we got the grant and you need planters, you've got 17 of us right here.
Councillor Murphy leads the charge. Councillor from Whitewater.
I just wanted to reinforce Director Davis's points. This may not be feasible, and it'd be interesting to see staff give us some of that feedback. And I think that feedback would also help us work with FCM to shape future grants to make them more accessible for small urban and rural. That there's a lesson to be learned through this process. I know, but if we don't try, I mean, we have very good staff right here that are able to make good arguments and hopefully influence FCM.
Councillor from Petawawa.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just want to make sure my comment was not misconstrued, but if a municipality is putting in a proposal as part of a broader proposal, I'm pretty sure the municipality understands that whatever 50% of their proposal would be covered by municipal taxes, and in terms of putting the trees into the ground and doing an audit and maintaining the trees afterwards would also fall onto that individual municipality.
And I guess my only comment would be that the recommendation, I just want to make sure that it's clear enough for staff. Should it be that staff bring back a report on not just how the fund could be more easily accessed, but what would be some of the staffing challenges and costs in order to move this forward? Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think that would be implied with the current recommendation as part of the review. And if we move forward, the county forester would give the pros and cons and the next steps, if there is a possible next steps.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other comments? Seeing none, then I will ask for the vote. All in favor? And that is carried. Any opposed? We're good. And item B is again back to Councillor Nicholson, and it's in regards to Ministry of Energy and Mines brief.
Thanks, Chair. Do you want me to read this recommendation?
Yes, please.
So that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council to endorse the Township of Whitewater Region's efforts to assess and unlock the economic potential of the former Timinco mine site, including evaluating mineral viability as well as the feasibility of severing uncommitted lands for industrial development. And further, that the county staff be directed to support the file by conducting an analysis of potential opportunities and providing recommendations back to the committee. And further, that the warden be authorized to speak in support of the initiative at the upcoming Queen's Parks meetings. And further, that the county staff work with the MPP's office to ensure coordination and participation in the proposed multi-ministry meeting. And yes, I move that.
Thank you. So, and it's seconded by Councillor from Bossier Valley. Comments? Councillor from Bossier Valley.
Thank you, Chair. I have so many comments. You know, we've been talking over and over and over again. The province has reiterated that, you know, we have our, sorry? Oh, well, we all have it, Neil.
Sorry, continue. Don't let me interrupt you. We'll finish up when you're done.
Well, now I feel bad. I just, you know, the Premier has talked so often about that we have unharvested minerals here, mineral aggregates that are so useful. And the fact that this mine is, oh my gosh, there are cute kids in the hallway. I'm sorry, guys. They're, you know, untapped dolomite. Look at that. Right here in the county of Renfrew, I think is of the utmost importance. I'm not sure if this is a staff supporting Whitewater or the warden supporting Whitewater, but moreover, how would this initiative help the entire county of Renfrew? And although I appreciate and I don't want to put more work on staff, I get it, but in my opinion, I think that this is something that helps the entire county. And do we make this a county initiative? Is this more about us going to the province and maybe even the feds and saying, you know, this particular mine could be an industry for 25 years? Although I appreciate that you're bringing it from Whitewater, I just wonder if this would, in actual fact, be an initiative for the county of Renfrew. And again, we would need to know the amount that's unmined. Would this be an industry for a year? Would it be an industry for 25 years? What does it look like to the county? Those are just my thoughts. Sorry, I've got more, but I see the warden's got his hand up and I've taken up enough time. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Nicholson first and then the warden.
So I had prepared just a brief PowerPoint to review, Chair, if you'd like me to do that. Perfect. And I promise I'll be as short as I was at AMO. Perfect. Just as what Township Bossier Valley had mentioned, this is a strategic resource that could be available for not just Whitewater Region, because it happens to be in our location, and not just our neighbors, Pembroke, LV, Petawawa, Horton. It could be for the whole county of Renfrew. And from that perspective, I ask for you just to kind of stay with me as I do the presentation. The presentation has already been provided to our MPP, the warden, the CAO, the director of DMP. We've had delegations with 4 of the ministries that are going to be mentioned later on today, our MP. So we've been floating this idea to try to get their input and to better appreciate how we would attack or unlock the strategic opportunity. You're going to ask me how I... Okay, so where is the mine in the county of Renfrew? It's just at the bottom of Whitewater Region. It'll end up being about 11 kilometers from the end of the twinning of the 417 when it's complete. So from a provincial perspective, they looked at that from its strategic importance and access to transportation. Within Whitewater Region, the mine site is located just out of Haley Station, just off of 417, so within just a couple kilometers of the highway, and just outside of the Chenot generating station, which the province has just announced the last year $162 million investment. So they are recognizing this area for its potential resources. The site itself is 700 acres. The 700-acre site is now a Crown property. Initially, back in 1942, the federal government initiated the mining and production of magnesium at this site in order to support World War. As the war ended, they transitioned to private companies. Those private companies continued to run it until 2012, at which time they declared bankruptcy and turned it over to the province through a very strategic way and skirted environmental rehabilitation requirements of the tailings pile. So the province is left with this 700-acre parcel and has to environmentally remediate it before it becomes economically viable or economically feasible for any company to take it over. The province is currently undergoing that environmental remediation. There's over $20 million budgeted. It's already out for RFP. We should start seeing those tailing piles capped with clay or whatever the procedure is by the end of 2028. So it's significant in terms of the province's work at the site. On the site, the 700 acres are divided in half by a county road. Magnesium Road flows down the center of it. There is an old town site that used to be here that supported the mine employees. There was a number of buildings. The province has already demolished all of these buildings and environmentally rehabbed that portion of the site. Existing on this portion of the site is a company called Magellan. They employ over 400 people. They import magnesium and aluminum to build helicopter parts to ship back. So the magnesium, which used to get produced on site, is now being imported. These 400 workers are manufacturing parts for helicopters that are being exported back to the US. So frustrating from a opportunity here. We have an industry that is importing the product that's in the ground beside it. On the site, you can see that it's a dolomite vein that flows from this portion of the map down to here. The old mine site is here where that body of water, it's actually an open pit mine. There's another one just over here. On this side of the road, which has not been touched and is not environmentally contaminated, the tailing pile I referred to is right here. This has 6.2 million tons available for extraction and production. And from the Ministry of Energy and Mines, they are rehabbing this site, putting it back on the market for staking. They are hoping that someone will come, purchase the property, and start producing on this site. Within the 700 acres, there's a second avenue here. When you look at this, and we've met at length with the staff from Energy and Mines, this corner, this yellow portion of the 700 acres, has no need for the mining operation. They have an overburden area here. They've got production area on this side. So the proposal that we've made to Energy and Mines is, could we consider this yellow portion, this 90 acres, could it become a Class 3 industrial park? Class 3 industries are your loud, noisy, smelly, messy industries, like Magellan's, that need these types of sites in order to exist. Think of a great big cement factory That's a class 3. From Energy and Mines, they think that's a perfect complementation. They think that whether or not that's the companies that may buy that in order to support future mining, or other things like CNL or D&D within the area that are loud and messy and smelly, this may be a perfect opportunity for them. The site is already serviced with a transmission line that comes from Chinook Dam. It's got natural gas, and it's within 11 kilometers of the future twinning of the highway. So the only other thing I can add at this point, this is just some of the points that we made to the ministries, is just the international realities. The critical minerals that the federal and the provincial governments are listing include magnesium. Magnesium is right here. This isn't the Ring of Fire. It's within 90 minutes of the city of Ottawa. There is a strategic national opportunity that we keep pointing to in this location, not just for magnesium, but also for a Class 3 industrial park. Some of the questions that we've been asking the ministries, and which ministries we've engaged with Energy and Mines, of course, M&R, who actually controls the property as the Crown, it's a Crown property. They won't release it without Energy and Mines giving them the okay. Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, because any Class 3 industrial park, they would share a piece of the development of that, as well as the seeking and bringing in the businesses for it. And the last one that we've engaged with is red tape reduction. Because what we've said to Minister Kanjan is that it's difficult to know which domino to tip over and which one to do first, because the 3 other ministries are all commingled in the process. What we've asked them to consider is, how is the environmental remediation going? Could it become one of these new special economic zones, which would cut through a lot of red tape and facilitate very quick, rapid industrialization of the site? How do we create the investor interest and market it? Who exactly has to endorse the transfer of 90 acres and the creation of this industrial park? And then using economic development, job creation and trade to expand the site industrially. So where we left at AMO was red tape reduction, and our MPP agreed to have a multi-ministerial meeting on November 20th in Queen's Park. And at that meeting, we're hoping to have economic development, job creation, trade, energy and mines, M&R, and red tape reduction. And with those 4 elements on site, we'd be able to cut through and come up with a plan for how to take this next step forward. As you can imagine, I'm coming here asking for, hat in hand, asking for assistance from the staff, the economic development, the warden, the CAO, to not only facilitate that multi-ministerial meeting, but to help us continue to wade through this process. From my perspective, I just would conclude with the fact that I believe it's more than just a whitewater opportunity here. I think it expands beyond that. The jobs that could be created by 3 more Magellans are over 1,000 jobs. Those people need to live, build houses, go to school, buy their groceries. They're going to do that in all of the other municipalities neighboring that, including on the Quebec side. Good. That's my background.
Thank you, and almost at your time limit, so you did an excellent job. Questions or comments? Warden, I think you had your hand up earlier.
Yes, thank you. When the member from Whitewater brought it to me, I immediately liked the idea because, as you pointed out, it's got 3-phase power. There's natural gas close by. It's close to the projected end of the expansion of 417, which should start in the next 2 years, I believe, from the conversations we've most recently had. When he notes that it makes sense as a regional project, I tend to agree with him. I think that's one of the areas where we can start to focus on industrial development. the fact that site is perfect for a number of louder, noisier industries or a sector makes sense. And, I still think that there is some value to the minerals in the ground, and maybe once it's wrested from the government, that the sector may take a look at it. And as we know, extraction processes are getting a little less complex at times, and different things are occurring. So, the mine itself has value in the future. And I don't think the future means tomorrow or next week. However, I do think in the future it would have value. But the site itself, because of its amenities, and I think it could be a magnet for future industrial development. And because I'm not sure we have an area that we're able to concentrate on across our community that doesn't have limitations. This has limitations, but not not the limitations of being up against an urban center or short some transportation or something. So I think this makes a lot of sense at this point, and I feel comfortable with the recommendation going forward.
Councillor from Madison Brumley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think that this is clerical. So the written report is at variance from the documentation that Whitewater provided. I'm assuming it was just a transcription because the report is saying 7 million tons in 1943. I'm assuming it was 7 million tons. I think the Whitewater presentation was 7 million pounds in 1943, and there's a substantial difference between those two things. I wonder if perhaps Councillor Nicholson can clarify. It's not salient to the question overall, but I am kind of curious. There's an enormous disparity between those two numbers.
I'll have to go back and take a look just to make sure I can provide exact details, but I will.
Okay, so the actual point that I wanted to raise here is, I am in favor of the recommendation and the resolution. It does seem that the services are there. I did a very, very superficial research, and it appears that there are two processes to extract magnesium from dolomitic deposits. One of them, I'm assuming I'm pronouncing it properly, Pigeon. The CO2e is very high. There's a lot of energy utilized in extracting magnesium. That would be one of the questions. But even more germane from my perspective is, and I know that the Councillor Nicholson said, this is not the Ring of Fire that is in the north that is currently not accessible or not readily accessible, etc. But then it begs the question, this was an operating mine and then it closed and it went bankrupt. So I'm wondering what the economics are of the extraction, because it does seem absurd that essentially what became now Magellan, or formerly Haley Industries, maybe there still is a component, I think that it sprung up because the magnesium was right there. They're still going, but the magnesium is no longer extracted from the earth there. So there were market forces and a lot of dynamics at play that this is no longer in production. And I'm wondering if has there been investigation done on that of this has been opened and closed of its own volition, unlike the Ring of Fire that is going to take an incredible investment just in order to be able to extract that. This seems to be market failure, and what would be different moving forward than what prompted the mine to actually cease operations in 2008.
No,
Go ahead, Mayor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. No, this is exactly the same question that rings through our mind as we try to do the long-term economic development planning for that site. Is it economically feasible for a future mine site? Would a company come and buy it and sit on it for 100 years until the price goes through the roof? There are some other reasons why Timinco went bankrupt, not directly related to that, but of course, the market has a play in it. Has the current circumstances nationally, internationally with critical minerals has changed those circumstances. So we've thrown that back at Energy and Mines. This is the problem with red tape reduction. We go back to Energy and Mines and say, is this thing economically feasible? They won't tell us. So they point me back to economic development, job creation, trade, and they say, well, Energy and Mines will be able to tell you that. So I keep going between the two of them. I have engaged with Director Davies and his staff. They are working back rooms, and I know they're even considering touching base within the industry to get some facts directly from them. It's just not a question I've been able to unlock. So I keep going when I go to these delegations and they can't answer that question. I said, well, regardless of whatever happens with the mine site, there's still an industrial park here. And it can't just sit vacant. And as long as the Crown owns this land right now, it's way easier for us to deal with this now than after you put it on the market and we're just one more bidder trying to bid on the property. So I lean on it with the two-prong approach. One, what's the future of the mines? Second, it still has an industrial park potential.
Supplementary.
Thank you very much. So given the answer, I'm going to kind of have a two-part supplementary. The first is, so identified that the operator of the mine ceased to be the operator of the mine and the mine ceased to be in operations. 2008 is quite a long time ago, 17 years. So ultimately, there does not seem to have been a white knight, and there must be large players in this particular field around the globe. It doesn't seem like anyone has stepped forward and said, wow, this is a really attractive site. If this and this and this existed at the site, it would really attract us to that. That doesn't seem to have happened. So that's what I would say is, if nobody is stepping forward, it seems to me that there is still a challenge of having this, again, feasibility was a word earlier today. But the second component to that is the industrial park being proposed for this site not because of its proximity to this resource? Because outside of this resource, it seems like the only industry that is there now is Magellan. Is that correct? So I'm wondering, what is the viability of the industrial park if, in fact, the mine is not viable currently?
Mayor Nicholson.
Director Davies may be able to add more to this. We have had the Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade specifically banging on our doors looking for Class 3 industrial parks. There are industries, specifically in support of D&D and CNL, that are looking for these types of sites in the proximity of the base as well as the City of Ottawa. So even if it was just an industrial park that had nothing to do with, they kept the 6.2 million tons buried in the ground for 100 years, it still has economic feasibility. We could have 2 years ago put a explosive plant on that site had we had the dominoes lined up for something like that. And Director Davies, maybe?
Supplementary, once more.
Yeah, and perhaps this can add, so it almost sounds like I'm hearing two distinct but parallel issues that are in front of us, which is the industrial park, it sounds like would still be a valuable pursuit, even in fact if the extraction of the magnesium is not viable. So they may not advance at the same pace. So I do understand that they're not necessarily connected. The industrial park is not only viable, or is not viable simply because there is a magnesium deposit. It would be viable as a standalone entity. Okay, thank you.
Director Davis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So back in 2003, 2004, the ministry did have a call out throughout the whole province looking for a site of over 1,000 acres for an industry. They didn't say what it was, but part of these locations we've highlighted was, again, the industrial site, the Temenko site at the time. Even though it didn't meet the full criteria of 1,000 acres at the time, The ministry is always looking for sites, large industrial sites of this nature for Class 3 industrial sites. So I think it would be a benefit. And to add on to Mayor Nicholson's comments, this would be an economic driver. And that's why staff have been supporting Whitewater Region in the past, and most recently at AMO. We see this as a potential, and that's why David Wybu, our manager of economic development, Melissa Marquardt, is in full engagement with this industry and this request. On top of looking beyond just this one too, if I may, Chair, we do have a proposed graphite mine in Head Clare, Mariah, which could unlock some more potential too. So it's not just like this site. So this is a good opportunity to really flex our muscles and to show the province and people what we have here in Renfrew County as a possible economic development driver.
Thank you. Warden, you had your hand up earlier as well.
Yes, and I think Mr. Davis kind of answered my question, but I thought that within the last year or two, we had heard or supported and received the endorsement of one of the ministries for this site. Did you just mention that in terms of was it 2003 or 2008 or something? But there was a ministry. I thought that one of the ministries had endorsed this site, and we had been speaking with them. They'd endorsed it as a something significant to Canada or Ontario. But I'm just scrambling through my notes, but I can't find it. But
and that's fine, and through you, Chair. So based on those comments and kind of questions, I'll look back and with our staff to see what they've done and not completed in the sense of endorsement of any large areas. And so I'll get back to committee to see if what we have, if that's all right, Warden.
Definitely. I appreciate you bailing me out.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, then that motion is carried. And that brings us to the final recommendation that this meeting adjourn, and the next regular meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025. Moved by Laurentian Valley, seconded by Township of McNabb Braeside. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you all very much.